from my I'm sorry, this is all we got. You know, we're still technical difficulties. This is like the best place in the city. I mean, I'm like literally in the jail.
This man. There's a document.
It's right here.
No, I got it.
Okay.
There's a document that's supposed to be emailed to them. If they don't have this, could you read this to them?
Call to order. The date is October 14th, 2024. The time is 8:59. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are on Zoom. They are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Headquarters staff, will you please introduce yourself for the record?
Jalen Cavalier.
Jasmine Thompson.
Okay. Today, our remote location is Orleans Justice Center. Is there any staff in the room? And if so, will you introduce yourself for the record?
Ms. Lawrence.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Victor Gaines, will you please introduce yourself for the record with your DOC number?
My name is Victor Gaines.
You know your DOC number?
Yes, ma'am. 106774.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed?
Yes, ma'am. I received that.
All right, and so you are not eligible for appointed counsel. You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you want to proceed without it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Today, the lead person on your case is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. She will review your violations where you may answer guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. Okay. Don't have anyone here in favor of you or opposition. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with the questions. Ms. Ledoux, the interview.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Gaines.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gaines, you were seen not too long ago by the parole board, and at that time you were given the opportunity to not be revoked and to follow some special conditions. Today you're before this panel because it's alleged that you have broken condition number 13, which is a special condition, and that the subject was kicked out of the Breaking Chain Structured Living Facility. You were ordered by the board to complete 28 days at one facility and a minimum of 1 year at Breaking Chains. How do you plead on this?
I guess, guilty with the statement.
Guilty with the statement. Well, at this time, why don't you make your statement?
Well, ma'am, there's a couple of things that I need to, well, first off, there was I've been to 2 rehabs as a result of this incident, and I was trying to find out whether they emailed y'all a letter from one of the rehabs, integrity. I was wondering if you had that.
We've received the entire report in terms of what happened and why you were removed from the program.
So you didn't receive no letter from, this is from a different rehab, from integrity.
We're not concerned with another rehab this morning because you were ordered to go to the 2 rehabs that we ordered you to. So
Okay, ma'am,
you did not comply with the conditions at Breaking Chains.
So this is what happened, man. Initially, I must say this from the onset, man, not as a excuse or justification, but all of this, for my reason before you, happened as a result of me picking up the phone, calling my parole officer, telling him that I need to go to rehab. But the only reason he said when, I told him that I had some people staying in my apartment. As soon as I can get them out, I'll be going to rehab. He came over the next day to help me with that situation. And I told him I need to go to rehab. And the people that I was trying to get out of the apartment, he told them they couldn't stay there because one of them was on supervision. And I guess out of retaliation, they told him that I'd be doing drugs. Naturally, I had just told my parole officer that 24 hours before. They searched my house at that point and searched me and found a minuscule amount of marijuana, which was of course throughout. At that point, I was brought here in February. They ordered me, as you said, to go do 28 days at LARC, which I completed, and a minimum of a year at Breaking Chains. My attorney set that up. My public defenders that I had on the marijuana charge, they set that up. However, they was trying to reach this organization called Project Lazarus here in New Orleans. It's for individuals who are HIV positive, and it's a sober living place as well. I spoke with Mr. Goins, my parole officer, while I was at LARC, telling him that I wanted to go to Project Lazarus as he set up for my medical condition. He said I had to go by what the parole board said. When I got to Breaking Chains, it was not handicap equipped. They was charging $600 a month, which I couldn't pay. And plus I had to provide for my food. I was able to stay there 2 weeks. And but after that, I left. People were supposed to bring me
so while
back.
you were there, Mr. Gaines, you understand we have everything in front of us. While you were there, you left the facility without permission twice. You took a bicycle, rode off, and damaged the bicycle. You were not following the rules, okay?
That is not what happened, ma'am. See, number one, I didn't receive a copy of my preliminary hearing, so I didn't know all of that is in there. He did tell me that the man sent an email talking about the bicycle and talking about me leaving, but that was not the correct circumstances. I left because I was trying to come back to New Orleans. The first time I couldn't, the person supposed to bring me didn't bring me. I didn't take the bicycle. They said that I could use it. They said
let me ask you this, Mr. Gaines. Mr. Gaines, look. Are you in the Breaking Chains program?
No, I left.
Okay, no. Did the board order you to go to Breaking Chains for a year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were in violation of the condition of your parole.
I admit that, ma'am. But I was trying to give you the mitigating circumstances.
And I understand. Mr. Gaines, you've been out since 2012. Actually, I signed your parole certificate in 2012. Okay. You've been out since 2012. And there's a lot of things that have happened. But when the board ordered you just recently to go to those programs and you did not do that, you know the rules of parole. You know the rules of parole. Do any of my colleagues have any questions of Mr. Gaines?
I don't.
Man, all those violations was the direct result of my addiction. And when I left Wreck and Change in Baton Rouge, I came to a rehab here in New Orleans, and which I have a letter from them. If I could read it, if I'm allowed to read the letter, they say this is to confirm that Mr. Gaines was approved for admission into our 28-day program. Please be advised that Mr. Gaines has been compliant and cooperative throughout his stay in our program. He has demonstrated a positive attitude, followed all the facility rules, and actively participated in all therapeutic activities and treatment sessions without issue. Our program is designed to provide an intensive inpatient care for substance abuse rehabilitation. Upon completion of the 20, and it goes on. This counselor, Ms. Brittany Enclave, she emailed a copy of this letter to the parole board, as well as Project Lazarus here in New Orleans, which is a more than 1 year program for people who are HIV positive. And I wanted to be here in New Orleans, where I had a support group, and there's a church that has an outreach program, and I wanted to build a support network here in New Orleans, as opposed to being in Baton Rouge in a program that I couldn't afford, and it was away from where I would be living once I completed that program. And then it wasn't handicap equipped, and those allegations about the bike and things like that, they allowed me to use the bike. It was someone's in the program, a bicycle, and they said I could borrow it because I'm going to a friend's house to see if they could bring me back to New Orleans.
Okay.
Once again, I said, I never received a copy of that report, but it ain't like I'm not willing to be compliant. All my issues were drug related, and I don't have no problem going to, I completed the 28 days in Lark without issue, and I came down here and checked into another 28 days waiting for a bed in Project Lazarus, which is set up for individuals like me, because I use a cane and I use a wheelchair, and I'm HIV positive. That's what that program is for. They have program. I mean,
Mr. Gaines, you don't have a charge against you. The purpose of sending you to the program is for you to get help. I mean, that is what we want, is for you to be able to live successfully on the streets with no criminal behavior. Okay, having drugs is not, you didn't get charged with having drugs. You admitted you have a drug problem.
that's right. Cold.
Instead of, so what I'm gonna do, do anybody else have anything that they want to, are we ready to vote, or how do you want to do that, Madam Chair?
We can vote, or if you've got some suggestions, like a different way in lieu of, or something like that you think about.
Yes, I'm going to do, my vote is going to be in lieu of revocation, that you're going to go to a DOC facility for substance abuse for a period of 6 months, and then you can be released to the integrity program. So I know that you're going to be where you need to be for at least a period of 6 months, getting the help that you need. Okay, you're muted, so I can't hear you.
Okay. Like I said, I thank you for that opportunity. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I know this is you giving me another chance. But and I will go to the integrity, and I'm gonna have to go to Project Lazarus anyway because I'm losing my housing. But that don't matter.
But you're gonna go to DOC first for 6 months.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, this is a break of a lifetime, and I'm only one vote though, so that's my vote today.
Okay, Mr. Barra.
The vote is to revoke probation due to continued behavior and not taking advantage of the chance that we gave him the last time.
Okay, and my vote is gonna be to concur with Ms. Ledoux. Like she said, to give you the chance of a lifetime. I mean, I know it's drugs. You knew it was drugs when you went in, and then it led to all these other things, so that's no surprise. But the surprise is that you didn't stay where you were supposed to stay, and then none of this would have happened. So,
Exactly, yeah.
right. And so I'm with Ms. Ledoux, but you know, you've already skated on thin ice, so you've already fallen through. So I'm gonna concur with her and hope you get the help you need so that you can live a successful life. So the vote today is 2 for in lieu of DOC facility with substance abuse for 6 months and then be released to another facility. And then 1, Mr. Bara voted to revoke. So today you have been reinstated with conditions. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. And I thank you all again. I
Okay,
know it looked like I'm not trying, but I am, and it's gonna work this time.
okay, that's on you entirely. Okay, so the time is 9:13. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October the 14th, 2025. The time is 9:19. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Gerald Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Is there any headquarters staff to put, for your name for the record? Please introduce yourself.
At Orleans Parish, Miss Lawrence.
Okay. And we are still at the Orleans Justice Center. Mr. Green, will you introduce yourself with your DOC number for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Green, what is your response? Yeah. Right, what was that?
Mr. Green,
Not just-
Yes, ma'am.
will you introduce yourself with your DOC number, please, for the record?
Devin Green, 519372.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed? Asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so on it, you checked all the boxes that that you're aware of everything and that you can sign your name and that you read and write. So you are not eligible for appointed counsel today. Did you retain counsel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and it said that you wanted to go ahead with the hearing without an attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so today, the lead counsel on the parole board is Mr. Danny Barra. And he is going to go over your violations and you're going to get the opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty with or without a statement. So Mr. Barra will continue now.
All right. Mr. Green, it's alleged that you violated condition number 4, that on or about October 6, 2024, the New Orleans Police Department arrested you and booked you in the Orleans Justice Center for second-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, 14 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of illegal use of a weapon, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. At your preliminary hearing, you pled guilty to that violation. How do you plead today?
Plead guilty.
All right. On the second violation, the subject's arrest involved being in possession of a firearm and using it. At the preliminary hearing, you pled guilty. How do you plead today?
Plead guilty, sir.
All right. And number 6, that you failed to provide proof of employment. At the preliminary hearing, you pled guilty. How do you plead today?
Plead guilty.
And that you didn't pay, number 10, you didn't pay your parole fees as you were supposed to, and your arrearage of $1,570. How do you plead to that one?
Plead guilty.
Okay, so it looks like you pled guilty to all the violations. Do you have anything that you'd want to say about this before we vote on whether or not to revoke you?
No.
No? All right, I guess we're ready to vote. I'll cast the first vote, and I'll vote to revoke parole based on the admission of all these serious violations.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is also to vote to revoke your parole based on admission of guilt.
And I concur with my colleagues. So today, your parole has been revoked and it is 9:23. So we're finished with our business with you today. Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October the 14th, 2025. The time is 9:29. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will serve as the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Balra. Is there any staff in there that would like to introduce themselves for the record?
Ms. Lawrence?
Okay. Mr. Smith, I need you to introduce yourself for the record with your name and DOC number, please.
My name is DENARD SMITH, DOC number 120613.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you were asked questions like, can you read and write, stuff like that? And you would have signed.
I can do a little read.
So you have that questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, according to the questionnaire and the answers that you gave, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you want to hire counsel? Because we don't have any counsel here for you. Are you okay with proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So the lead person in your case today is myself, Ms. Stapleton. So I'm going to read your rule violations, and you're going to have the opportunity to plead guilty or not guilty with the statement. Okay? Now that you violated rule number 4, on or around 6/27/2025, you engaged in criminal activity when you committed the crime of accessing a device for fraud and domestic abuse battery involving strangulation, which led to your arrest by the New Orleans Police Department on the aforementioned charge on 8/26/2025. Later, the charges were refused by the DA's office. What do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. And number 10, you violated this condition as evidenced by your failure to make payments towards your supervision fees since 5/31/2018 in the amount set by the Louisiana Department of Corrections pursuant to the Louisiana revised statute, which has caused an arrearage of $8,475. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty with the state.
Okay. Okay, well, go ahead with, did you want to make a statement for number 4?
What's number 4?
Number 4 was using the phone to access this person's bank account, and you stole money. It says the victim indicated that the offender had stolen money from her Chime bank account, and the multiple pictures with the offender's name listed as making the transactions without consent. And then the incident report pertaining to the domestic abuse battery. And they asked the 5 risk factor questions involving the victim, and she said yes. So now she took pictures. They had shots of you, of your name and everything. Using
Yeah,
that.
but I haven't had a phone since May. I don't even know how they have. My phone had been off since May. So I don't even know how that even come up. And I don't even know how to use a phone like that, man.
Well, you said that one time, then another time you said she showed you how.
Did I say that?
Oh. Go figure.
She said, the officer showed me the phone saying this. She said she seen this on the phone.
Mhm.
But I don't even know how that happened, man. Because I don't even know how to really use the phones like that. And I don't know how to get her phone. They say I had her phone. I don't
Yeah,
remember having it.
really.
Yes, ma'am. So they confused me with that. I don't understand.
Okay, well, what about the domestic abuse battery involving strangulation? Ms. Tillman stated that while she was laying on her bed in her bedroom Mr. Smith then straddled her by sitting on top of her stomach and the midsection and placed both hands around the front area of her neck and began squeezing and applying pressure. Ms. Tillman stated that she did not lose consciousness. However, she did have difficulty breathing. Ms. Tillman said that Mr. Smith stopped choking her. Then she grabbed her phone and called 911. And then the victim was asked the 5 risk questions. And she answered with, do you think he would seriously injure or kill you or your children or someone else close to you? And what makes you think so? The victim answered yes. How frequently does he intimidate, threaten, assault you? Is it changing better or worse? The victim answered, for the last couple of weeks. Describe a time you were most frightened or injured by him. The victim answered, the other day. Number 4, have you ever been threatened or intimidated by your abuser for seeking help or attempting to get help from law enforcement or the courts or others? If so, who threatened you and when was the threat made? Describe the nature and was there a weapon used? And the victim said today. Does he or she possess firearms? And has he used them to threaten or control you or other people? What is the type and description and location? And the victim answered no. So of the 5 questions, she answered yes.
I don't even know this victim. I never even heard of that name. I never been approached by no police or nothing. I've been living at the same address since I've been home. And I don't even know who this victim is. I never heard of that name.
You don't know Miss Tillman?
No, I don't even know Miss Tillman. I don't even know how they got my name. I haven't been in an altercation since I've been home.
Okay, listen, this is what it says that you didn't remember. Mr. Smith stated, Miss Clayton. Miss Clayton. You know Miss Clayton?
Miss Clayton, what's the name? Clayton.
Okay, Miss Clayton allowed him to use her Chime banking account while she was in detox at the Odessa house. Mr. Smith stated when she was released from detox, he came to the house demanding money. He took out of her account, to which he said he would return the money, but only had approximately $60 on him. Mr. Smith stated he did not return any of the $60 he had to Miss Clayton. He just stated he would repay her later. The officer advised Ms. Smith of the amount of money that was removed from the transfer from Ms. Clayton's account, to which he responded that he was going to pay her back. So you told the officer you were going to pay her back too. And then you said you knew how to use the phone.
Yeah, the officer came to my house early that morning to me and my mom.
Okay.
He came with Onisha Clay. And she said I had took some money from her. So I said, how could I take some money from her? And then she said, okay, you owe me this. I said, okay, if I get a little change, I'm gonna pay you money because I don't want no trouble. I'm not trying to get in. I don't know what you're talking about, what you did with the phones or whatever. I don't know. But I was willing to pay her back. Whatever she said, I said, me and my mother, to keep trouble down. But some kind of way they come up with a warrant talking about some kind of body. And because he was going to write me a summons to pay her. And me and my mother was going to pay her. Even though we didn't know what she was talking about by our phone, because I never had no chime card or nothing. But we just didn't want no trouble. I didn't want to go through this because my mom is 89 years old. She on a dialysis machine and a breathing machine, and I'm taking care of a 9-year-old son. I didn't need no trouble to be going through what I'm going through. I am 60 years old.
Well, you got the complaints are against against you from two separate women, Miss Clayton, about the phone and the theft. And then
Well, I know Miss
while
Clayton.
doing that, he ran outstanding warrants. And that's when the name
Right.
came up from Miss Tillman that involved a domestic abuse, battery, or strangulation. Two separate incidents.
I don't even know that lady. I don't even know nobody of that name.
Okay. Does my colleagues have any questions?
So from what I can understand, the charges were dropped in this case, and the victim has not been able to be located by our victim's coordinator. Mr. Smith, in reading the narrative, you've had a very unstable living situation, having problems with girlfriends and things like that.
Well, I haven't been living with no one since, I only live with one lady, and I got out of her because of the situation like it. And I've been living with my mother, taking care of my mother and my son with the little financial I get. I haven't been getting no confused with nobody. I can't afford that. I have a mother depending on me and a son depending on me. I refuse to come out the house. Only time I come out the house if somebody they call me to go do a little work. I have no problem with nobody out there. I refuse to argue with women or with anybody because I know my situation and my mother and my son need. And I haven't been this lady who I haven't been around no lady to do all that.
Okay.
I haven't.
Okay.
I don't even know who this lady is. Now, when Miss Clayton came up, whatever she was talking about, we was trying to solve it right because I don't want no problem with nobody. I've been out of jail for a minute, and do not want to do this anymore. I am too old for it, and I have two people depending on me. So I was willing to give her a thing, but the warranty came up. We was gonna pay her a little, whatever she said, whatever happened with the phone, I don't know. Because I really don't know how to work the phone. And that was that. But then this warrant came up, and I don't even know who this lady is. Never been around, never had no complications with any woman out there. The last lady I was living with, my parole officer come help me move. And I haven't been around that lady in a minute. I haven't seen her, don't go nowhere or nothing.
Okay.
I don't know how I got caught up.
I only see one victim, Onise Clayton. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that, yeah, you've been at Anunction Street since 23, it looks like, with your mama.
Right. That's ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add.
Mr. Byron? Do you have any questions?
No questions.
How you doing,
Well,
sir?
Let me ask you something. You're $8,475 in arrears, and you haven't made any payment since 2018. So what's going on?
I've been having jobs, that I was working for a temp, every in and blue and out. They'll call me to work one day. I might work 3 days out of a month because they claim business was slow, and the little change I had to try to help my mother feed me and my son. And, I wasn't making the money to really do nothing. I was barely surviving with the little money. When I go out, I might cut a little grass for the neighbors or, go to stores for neighbors to keep things on the table for us. I wasn't making no money. They wasn't keeping me on a job. The temps would work me for 2 weeks, work me for 2 days out of 2 weeks. And time I get the check, I owe that all out.
Well, let me ask you, what did your office?
And I just had got a job. I got a 5-day job right before I got in, like a week before I got in. I only worked it like 3 days, and they brought me to jail.
What did your What did your officer say about this? I mean, were you seeing your officer, your parole officer?
Yeah, I was explaining it to him. He was coming seeing me by my mother. And the job I had before, I had just seen him before I came here on the job. I said, well, they say they're gonna try to keep me here for 5 days after start doing something. He said, well, then no, just keep doing what you're doing and continue to stay in touch with me. I haven't had no problem with my parole officers. They was all, come see me, I'd see them. And they could always tell you I was always at my mother's house.
You're
My
fourth,
financial problem was all.
you're a fourth class felon. And it involved attempted second degree murder. Now, it was a long time ago, but it was a crime of
Yeah.
violence. And a firearm with a convicted felon.
That's what I was in jail for.
Can we go into executive, please?
Can I get a second?
Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Ledoux,
Yes.
Barrow,
Yes.
Yes.
See,
Oh, I don't mind it, but is there, really want to, we have to, get in charge of that. But, no, okay, especially without, like, I told you, one of the guys on this, the man was on there. That's what it's called, this. Yeah, I would have shared it. There's different things, so I wouldn't have that in, but nothing has been said. Yes, I just know that that's all I'm asking on. No, it's actually not. I don't know. But we did copy. Over your copy sign. Let me see.
Okay, Mr. Smith, we're gonna take, we're back in order and the time is 9:55. Okay, all right, Mr. Smith, I'm gonna make a recommendation that, that you pay restitution to Ms. Clayton in the amount that it listed of $581.24 in lieu of revocation. In lieu of revocation, and then you have no contact with either one. Are these two separate ladies or the same lady with different names? Whatever it may be, because it does say Tillman/Clayton. Leave her alone. And secondly, that you attend a domestic violence offender program. A lot of times it's shortened to DVOP. So you have to attend that because there was the allegation of abuse with strangulation. She had difficulty breathing. I know that that is one of the symptoms of somebody that has been choked. And so you will have to attend that class. That's my vote. Ms. Ledoux.
Yes, in lieu of revocation, charges were dismissed. My vote is to, in lieu of revocation, for you to pay restitution, as indicated by the chair, that you have absolutely no contact with the victim of this crime, and that you take some domestic abuse classes. You've gotten a break today with the two of us, that's for sure. Okay?
Hey, Mr. Barra, what is your vote?
I'm going to concur with you two for the same reasons, with the same conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so today the decision is not to revoke you. And in lieu of a revocation, you heard that you were to pay restitution to your victim. You're to have no further contact with the victim, and you are to attend a domestic violence offender program. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. This concludes our business with you at 9:57. And we will sign off from the Orleans Parish Prison. we have a clarification for the previous, parole decision. It's for DENARD SMITH, and the clarification is do not revoke, that he would return to supervision and, he would pay restitution to the victim. He would stay away from the victim, and he is to attend a DEVOC program. This is just for, to be on the record for clarification.
I concur. I vote do not revoke and not in lieu of revocation.
I concur.
Okay, this concludes our business. Jefferson Parish Correctional. Are y'all ready?
Ready, ma'am. Good morning.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, we're at Jefferson Parish Correctional. The date is October 14th, 2025. The time is 10:16 a.m. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be the chair today. My colleagues on the panel joining us by Zoom are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. The panel, we're at DOC headquarters, and we have a remote location at Jefferson Parish Correctional. Will the staff introduce yourself, please, for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Ivy J. Marlboro with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay, thank you. And the inmate, will you please introduce yourself for the record with your name and DOC number?
TREVIS Adams, 548532. Step back a little bit. There you go.
Okay. Mr. Adams, do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you've signed, that you answered some questions on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you have counsel today, and your counsel is Mr. Tony Tran.
Yes.
You were appointed, Mr. Tran?
No, ma'am.
You're retained?
Yes, ma'am. I was his attorney for the case violations for him.
Okay, thank you. All right, would you like to go ahead and speak, please?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this week.
You can stand to the podium.
Okay. So, good morning. My name is Tony Tran. I represent TREVIS Adams.
Oh, turn around this way towards us. You get on the other side, not
Okay.
towards us.
Oh,
Yeah.
good morning. My name is Tony Tran. I represent TREVIS Adams. I had the pleasure of representing him during his case that was over the past 2 years. Members of the board, I plead with you that to not revoke Mr. Adams. 4 and 5, conditions 4 and 5 that he pled not guilty to at the preliminary hearing are all associated with the case that was in Orleans Parish, section A, which we just had a final adjudication for last month, roughly 4 weeks in September, where the felon with a firearm charge was dismissed, and we accepted the misdemeanor charge of legal carrying of a weapon. The main reason why, because I understand I've watched all the body camera videos, I've extensively gone over this case. The main reason why we accepted anything, or I even recommended for Mr. Adams to accept even a misdemeanor, was because he was being held still being held in Jefferson Parish on a parole hold for the past 20 months. He went in February of 24. He's still there. Since then, he has an infant child that's now 2, and the birth of twins that he has never seen. He, to my knowledge, was in contact with his parole supervisor continuously, not deviating from that requirement. Even to the point where his parole supervisor went to his stated address and met the newborn baby before he was brought in February on the parole. On the charge that he was held on parole. The resisting an officer charge that he pled guilty to, I guess, during the preliminary hearing, I was unaware of. However, it seems as if in March when this occurred, well, it occurred in October, and the guilty plea was rendered in March 25. The reason why I guess the charge came about was during the incident of allegedly having contraband. But the contraband, the contraband charge was dismissed, to my knowledge. The resisting officer charge, he obviously has taken accountability for, and I can plead with the board to consider that at that point in time, he has been held away from his family for 8 months at that point when this contraband charge got put on him, which was dismissed later. So maybe it's possible that he was resisting because he didn't have anything. I'm not positive, but he did accept responsibility for that. He pled not guilty to the 2 gun charges, or to the gun charges that was conditions 4 and 5. Those pending or active cases or active charges, while this report was submitted in May of 25, was still an open charge, was still an open case. I'm wondering if we had finished the case before May, if we would even have a revocation hearing still. I'm hoping that we wouldn't, and I'm hoping that the fact that we finished the case before this hearing now, and the felony charge is no longer, that was a charge, and the final adjudication was dismissed.
And I'm looking, and you said he did plead guilty to a plea bargain of illegal possession of weapons instead of illegal carrying of weapons and felon in possession of a firearm. It was.
That's correct.
So we got that. Ms. Ledoux, you have questions?
Madam Chair, I would like to read out the violations and allow the offender to enter his plea.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, because we haven't heard your plea on record yet, and I want to make sure that we do that. Mr. Adams, you're before this panel today because in 10/22/22, you were arrested in Jefferson Parish, and you were charged with illegal carrying of a weapon and possession of a weapon by a felon. And how do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Pardon me?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay. You pled guilty to illegal possession of a firearm in Orleans on 9/11/2025. How do you plead?
Weapon.
I'm sorry.
I believe it was illegal possession of a weapon.
Guilty to illegal possession of a weapon, yes. How do you plead on that?
Well, we've already accepted those charges, so he pleads guilty. But
Okay.
that's not Is this a factual basis or a legal basis?
Okay. My notes read that he pled guilty to illegal possession of weapons under docket 557290 in Orleans Parish. How do you plead today to that?
Before he answers, may I ask, because I read in this report that like during the preliminary hearing, those are questions and allegations for factual basis, not a legal one. So I
Okay,
want to make sure that we're answering it in a legal matter. A legal matter, he pled guilty, it's on the record. A factual matter, he was not carrying any weapon.
okay. So from a legal perspective, did you plead guilty to illegal possession of weapons, 9/11 of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this case was very confusing to me at first, and I went through with some parole officers. And let me explain what I understand. The reason that you were stopped initially in 22 was because there was suspicion because of the way that it looked like you had a weapon coming out of the store. They stopped you. They saw a weapon being placed into the glove compartment. The parole officer was unaware of that arrest at that time. You bonded out and you began fighting those on the street. However, you also had another incident with law enforcement based on a domestic abuse battery charge. You were picked up on that. And that is when you went to prison in 24 and had the contraband issue. So you also, that contraband included having something you were a prohibited item, but you pled guilty to misdemeanor resisting an officer. Okay. Mr. Adam, you're a second-class offender, and the charge that you're on parole for is possession of a firearm. Mr. Tran may not realize, but that we don't have the same standard. A misdemeanor is still a violation of parole. In your parole requirements, the conditions of parole, it has written out and you signed that you would not have a weapon during your time on parole. Okay? And you have pled guilty to that. Also, you pled guilty to resisting an officer. While it may be a misdemeanor, that is another crime of violence against someone, even if it's a misdemeanor. Okay? I know that your father wants to speak on your behalf, but I will just say also that, well, I won't say that. So I don't know, I think that the domestic abuse child endangerment was dismissed. So you've had several incidences with law enforcement. So now we can hear the rest of your father who is in support today.
May I address what you said and give you more context, please? I think it would help in your decision process. And I fully understand. I've been a prosecutor in Orleans and Jefferson Parish, and I'm about to be a prosecutor in St. John Parish after I finish this case. Again, but let me just give you more context for the incident that occurred. The police officer said that they saw a bulge in his shirt. And then that's why they approached him. What he was doing in that car was his baby mother's car, the one that was just had a baby at that time. That was her vehicle and her gun. She signed an affidavit. I don't know if the parole officer or anything, if you guys are aware of that, but there's a signed affidavit by her saying that is her vehicle, that was her gun. She let him use the vehicle and didn't tell him, forgot the gun was there, or didn't tell him that the gun was there. He had just dropped her off at work, and he was going back home to care for the baby, the new. I find it hard to believe that he would drop her off at work, stop at the gas station on his way back to his child, and carry a weapon for some reason on that short trip after just dropping her off. I believe it's more plausible, and there's a sworn statement by a credible witness saying that he was unaware that the gun was there. With him, I watched hours of body cam footage of him, and what I gathered was whenever the gun was removed from the glove box, there's a gun there, and he said, yeah, and I believe it was because he's looking at the officer pull the gun out of the glove box. Not that he was admitting that he had a gun. And even in the report, they said that he was arrested and then admitted that there was a gun in the glove box. Well, if it was in that order, then that's kind of the incorrect order for things to occur. I believe it's way more plausible, and I defended him as such, that he was in his girlfriend's car. That was his girlfriend's gun. It was in the glove box, so it was not out in the open for him to see. She knows he's a felon, and she just had his baby. She wouldn't risk, and this, she told me this personally, she wouldn't risk him around a gun because she didn't want to lose him. Now, for 2 years now, that financial support and emotional support and physical being a single mother is obviously, I couldn't do it, but she has had to because he has been in jail for the last 20 months. The domestic abuse battery warrant, it was not an incident that occurs while he was on bail. What happened was he went to go visit the parole officer, and she found that there was an existing warrant. That warrant was from a DV battery, I guess, statement to the police from the baby mother that signed an affidavit saying that the car was hers and the gun was hers. She didn't even know that there was a warrant. When she found out that there was a warrant and he was arrested and put in jail in JP, she immediately went to JPDA's office and signed a drop letter, which was the reason on why the charge was dismissed. But at that point in time, the parole officer then found out that he had active charges in Orleans Parish, which is what we just handled. And as far as addressing the misdemeanor charges and saying that you guys can, the parole board has a right to revoke, I understand that. I understand that parolees can be revoked for non-payment, not reporting, incorrect address, not being employed, many conditions that they have to agree to and try their best to abide by. He has this job, he has new twins that he hasn't seen yet. He was trying to do the right thing. He like I said, the baby was just born right before he went in February of 24. The parole officer that was his supervisor was they had video footage on the ring camera that she's carrying the baby. So he was in contact with the parole officer. He's actively trying to find a job and staying away, being out of trouble. And he has successfully done that since he's been released on parole for 3 years until this occurred. The resisting an officer charge, he accepted responsibility for.
Okay, his parole officer was not even aware that he had been arrested in 2022. Okay, so obviously he wasn't communicating with his parole officer in the way that he should. And let me just make that clear.
Point taken there. He should definitely have told her and notified her. However, ma'am, I don't envy your positions at all, deciding on when is the line is crossed and when it is not. But most people, I believe, have the biggest worry, recidivism, where inmates are released and gain freedom out of the world again and then reoffend. Travis wasn't that person. For 3 years, he didn't reoffend. This incident, I believe, was blown out of proportion. he didn't admit that he had a gun. There was a gun in the glove box. When he pled to illegal carrying of a weapon, I did that, man. I was convincing him to take the plea deal because it was a misdemeanor, and I was hoping that he would get out of jail and go home to his babies. If I thought that illegal carrying a weapon, and honestly, man, we were told, or I guess, maybe, I don't know if it was on record or off the record, but if Trevis was able to not get a felony charge, that the parole hold would be lifted and he would be okay. Now, so I'm going off of that assumption. I didn't know the preliminary hearing occurred and that the revocation hearing was set. So whenever I finally was able to, and this is after over 2 years of back and forth with the DA's office, they finally relented and never went to motions, never, like, if there was so much evidence, there was a lot, the body cams, I believe there was like 6 of them, so, or 5 or 6, there was like at least 4 units there, plenty of witnesses, plenty of body cam footage, and yet the DA's office felt it not prosecutable. And I accepted I told him the second charge because I thought it would get him home, and I still am hoping that it will. If he's guilty of anything, he was guilty of being irresponsible and maybe a little negligent of maybe knowing his baby mama at the time has a weapon and not knowing where it was. Or being more stern with her on letting him know if it's around.
Now, that's true.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, he went to her house, so if it wasn't in her car, it was in his house, so it was around him. He had to know.
That the gun was around.
Yeah, I mean,
But it doesn't mean he has dominion and control of the gun. Especially if he has to have dominion and control and he has to have knowledge.
well, he would have knowledge, wouldn't you think?
That the gun is in
Like you
vehicle?
said.
No, ma'am.
Like you said, though, that he would have knowledge that she should have told him where it was at.
I'm talking
She
about
owned the
life,
gun.
always. Let me
Okay.
know. Like, if it's there, I don't want to be around.
I got you. Okay,
That's what I meant.
okay,
Really, I just think that he was just trying to be a father that day. Because
okay.
he wasn't living with her. She came to pick him up because she needed him to watch the baby. So he said, okay, got in the car, dropped off at work, stopped at the gas station on the way home, and then this happened.
Can
Point
we
being though, man, if the weapon part is the stickler, then please put that on me. If I knew that would be the case, I'd still be in court fighting this to get at least a runaway public disturbing the peace or a straight up dismissal or taking it to trial, because I thought the case was weak. I really think the case is weak, and I have a credible witness that's not a sworn statement saying that he had no knowledge the gun was there, which is a key element of possession. And the money, thank you, ma'am, for allowing me to add more context, to that situation. As a contraband charge, I don't know what the contraband was, apparently it wasn't anything, because that charge was never brought to trial.
I believe we have the father who would like to speak now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I move if you want to. Thank you, ma'am.
Morning.
Good morning.
TREVIS Adams, TREVIS Adams' father. All I can say is that it's a good child. It's a good child. And I think if y'all give him a second chance, another chance, I can honestly say he came from a good family. Been employed at UPS for 32 years. Getting up at 2:45 in the morning. He has modeled after what I taught him. I think if y'all give him a second chance, he can make an impact on society. Get a job and be the man that he's supposed to be. But that's how I raised him. He has a 15-year-old son. I have stepped in and gave him guidance. I've been every step of the way with his son. His son now goes to a school called NOLA, military school. We made that decision based on his father and his mother. That's the best thing we could have ever done for him. So Travis, my son, has a lot of support, his children and us. I don't turn my back on him because of his age and say, well, he's a grown man. I still stand and give him guidance, and I guide his children every step of the way, me and his mom. I've been with the grandson is 15. I've been in his life 15 years. And I'm not talking about just on the weekend, ma'am, sir. I'm talking about 24/7. Helping my son to raise his son so he can be a better man. And I think that if y'all give my son a second chance in life, he could be an impact on society because of the training that me and his mom has given him. Get into a program where he can get a job and become a pillar of society, because that's his problem. He's been on numerous interviews since he's been out. Matter of fact, that's where he was going. He was scheduled to go on an interview when this incident happened. And like I said, his downfall is it's hard for him to get a job with his background. And I think if he had a second chance in life, it'll make a difference. Because I've been, like I said, I've been by his side, and I don't turn my back on him because of his age and say, well, you're a wrong man. Because at the end of the day, he's still my child. And I don't condone anything that he does wrong, but we definitely try to give him the guidance that he needs as a grown man. So I'm standing before y'all, asking and pleading. Let's give him another chance. Let him make an impact in society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for speaking. I want to recognize that in support of you today up here is Wanda Harris, your child's mother, and your mother, Michelle Adams. She's here also. I did want to recognize them. So, Mr. Byrod, do you have any questions?
Mr. Adams, did you know that you should not possess a firearm while you're on parole?
Yes, sir.
That was my only question.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any other follow-up questions that you'd like to ask? Or statements?
No, after thoroughly reviewing the timeline and all of the information provided by the parole agent, I think I have a clear understanding of what happened.
Okay, well, at this time, are we ready to vote? Well, would you like to make a statement, sir? Do you have any final statement that you would like to make?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I just want to start by saying good morning to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I really just want to start off by saying that, yeah, I made mistakes and I own up to my mistakes. The situation in Orleans, that was an honest misunderstanding. As far as the resisting the officer, yes, the charge that they tried to charge me with, I had a hard time accepting it, so I had a kind of verbal dispute. I own up to that. Right now, I'm just at the point of just owning up to my wrongs, because I understand I can't be better for nobody else unless I get myself together. So I just want to take full responsibility of my mess ups.
Okay, so this is what I have, that you pled not guilty to the incident on, let's see, contraband in a correctional, and it was amended to charge of resisting arrest. So now you plead guilty to that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that I get these right. And
Yeah,
then
may I add something about that resisting arrest real quick?
you've been adding. I want to get a statement. Okay, so now on 9/11/2025, you pled guilty to illegal possession of a weapon. Is that your plea, sir? You pled guilty just now here. Is that still your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and then on, let's see, 10, let me get the dates right. All right, so on 9/11/2025, Adams pled guilty to illegal possession of weapons. Do you plead guilty to that again here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because that was a plea bargain. All right, and you are subject to $2,938 in arrears on supervision fees. Do you plead guilty to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Tran, we've heard from you for quite a while, so I think you've covered everything you need to cover. And we've heard from Mr. Adams. Is the panel ready to vote?
I am.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Ledoux. She has the lead on this case.
First of all, Mr. Adam, what you just said, taking responsibility for your actions is the best thing that has been said today. That's the first step for you to turn the ship around. However, today my vote is to revoke you based on criminal activity to which you've pled guilty to. I do hope that you have the right mindset and take advantage of what is offered to you while you're in the custody of DOC if my colleagues vote in the same way.
Okay, Mr. Barra.
I concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons.
Okay. And I concur with Ms. Ledoux for the same reasons. So today, sir, you've been revoked and it's for reasons of violations of rules number 4, 5, and 10. And that concludes our business. to order. The Committee on Parole is called to order. It's October the 14th, 2025. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are attending by Zoom. That would be Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. And I would need you, Mr. Alexander, to introduce yourself for the record and state your DOC number, please.
My name is Louis Alexander. My DOC number is 300607.
Mr. Alexander, do you have a questionnaire that asked you questions and you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So according to the questionnaire and the way you answered it, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Did you want to pay for your own counsel, retain counsel, or you want to go ahead without it?
I'll go without it.
Okay. All right, at this time, the lead person on your case is going to be Ms. Jerry Ledoux. She will review your violations and she will ask you questions, guilty, not guilty, or with or without a statement. Ms. Ledoux?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Alexander. So I'm going to read out the allegations now. On 1/30/2025, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office arrested you and charged you with resisting by force or violence, felon carrying a illegal weapon, use of a firearm with a CDS or violence, and possession with the intent to distribute marijuana. So there was a bill of information filed for those things, and a court status hearing is set for 10/17/2025. How do you plead?
Man, I think that's not the charges I'm on.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm Louis Alexander.
Yes, you are. Please forgive me.
It's okay.
Thank you. The subject was involved with criminal activity, is arrested by Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office on 5/4/23 for armed robbery, 5 counts, attempted armed robbery, simple robbery, felon carrying a illegal weapon, 2 counts, simple battery, and attempted kidnapping, 2nd degree. 12 felony counts were billed, and you were set for a plea status on 9/10/2025. That was continued to last week, 10/7/25. How do you plead?
Plead not guilty, man, with a statement.
Okay, did you have your hearing last week, the motion hearing?
When I went to court, they ended up sending me back due to the fact that the district attorney had to go somewhere, and they rescheduled me to go back to court. When I'm going, I have no idea.
Okay.
They constantly keep sending me back.
Right. Condition number 5 deals with the weapons, because that is the condition of parole that you have to meet, no possession. It says the subject was in possession of a firearm as evidenced by his arrest by Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office on 5/4/23 with 2 counts of felon carrying an illegal weapon. How do you plead on that?
Plead not guilty with a statement, man.
Let's go ahead and hear your statement on both of those.
My statement is, when I was arrested, they did not find any weapons on me because I was hiding underneath the house when I was arrested. So they did not, on my person, the only thing I had on my person was my cell phone, my wallet, no guns.
Okay, but during the commission of the crimes, did you have a weapon?
I didn't commit the crime at all, man.
Okay. So I've read through, and there were several witnesses that positively identified you. And
People, the witnesses from the paperwork that I've read, none of the witnesses of these businesses is identifying me. So they show pictures to people in my family member that I identify myself because I was in the store at one of the stores. So yeah. I'm taking account of that, but actually committing a crime, nobody actually say, yeah, that's Louis Alexander.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to I'll be relying on the police report. Okay. And the evidence that I've read in the police report. So you're a third felony offender. Is this your first time on parole?
No, man, this is my second.
Okay. And how did the last time turn out?
I ended up getting rearrested. I think within a year or so. I can't remember. It's been a long time since.
Yeah.
We're talking about way back in somewhere in the 90s.
Okay. So, your last, what you were on parole for now is armed robbery.
Yes, ma'am.
And this charge is also robbery.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So, I don't have any other questions. I mean, you have to understand, I have the police reports. I have the totality of the police reports. So what would you like to say?
My first question would be, why you saying you're going off my police reports, which is something I pretty much understand, but my thing is, why not wait till after I go to trial to even want to violate me? Because violating me now means that, what happens if I end up beating my charges and you went ahead and violated me beforehand? Then where does that leave me? Because I haven't been convicted of no crime. I'm just been accused of committing these crimes. So it would be wrong for the board to go on and violate me beforehand. And I haven't even went to trial yet. I'm still going through my motions with my attorney. We trying to get a trial going, but they keep setting us back. And I'm asking the board to not violate me right now. Let me go through my trial. Because if I get found guilty, then it's an automatic violation. I'm automatic get violated.
So you wish to continue this until after you've dealt with your charges?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I would prefer, because like I say, it would be wrong to violate me now. And like I say, I know I didn't commit these crimes. I know I didn't commit these crimes. And if I end up winning my case and y'all went ahead and violated me, then where do I go from there?
Yeah, you actually have a full term date of 2250.
Exactly. So
I'll take that into consideration. Do my colleagues have any other questions or?
No, ma'am. That's just pretty much
Okay.
on question.
What about the other board members?
No questions.
No questions.
You have asked for a continuance. The only thing we have holding you is the current case that has not been adjudicated. My vote will be to continue your case.
Appreciate that, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and concur.
I will concur with my colleagues. Do not revote, wait on,
No, it's continue.
continuance. So today, you're going to be continued.
I appreciate that, ma'am.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll give it that time.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
The date is October 14th, 2025. The time is 11:18. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I will be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are with us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Today, our remote location is at Jefferson Parish Correctional. If there's any staff in the room, would you please introduce yourself again?
Deputy Ivy J. Marlboro with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Lachney, for the record, will you say your name and your DOC number, please?
Chad Lashney, and my DOC number is 605783.
Okay. Do you see a questionnaire in front of you where it asks some different questions and you signed your name? Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So according to the answers on the questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. So you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The lead person on your case today is going to be Mr. Danny Barra. He will review your violations and you will answer guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. You have supporters here today. We'll let her speak first. Ms. Victoria Canelos, and she's here by Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she is speaking, then Mr. Barra would take the case. Can y'all get her? Is she on or no? She'll be on. Okay.
Let's let Mr. Barra get his.
Okay, well, Mr. Barra, go ahead and ask your questions. I'm sorry. Go ahead and do that.
All right, Mr. Lashney, it looks like you're alleged to have violated the conditions that on June 2nd of 2025, you were arrested by Jefferson SO for domestic abuse, battery, strangulation, and false imprisonment. These charges were refused by Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office on August 15th. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
All right. Tell me about that.
I mean, a domestic never really took place.
You got arrested for it.
Right, but a domestic never took place. Me and my girlfriend was living together. I mean, and I wanted to leave the relationship because it wasn't going as planned, because she started using, and I told her that I didn't want to be in a relationship while she was on drugs. So I decided to leave. Well, I want to take everything out of the house and to leave and go on about my business. I left. A day later is when she called the police 24 hours later, and supposedly it was never even a call for domestic. It was a call about a house key. And then supposedly the police officer is the one that wrote it up as a domestic.
That's true. I saw the body cam video from the police officer talking with her, but she gave him all kinds of information, which was enough to make them believe. Plus she had a couple of scratches on her, which made them believe that you had done something like that. So the body cam footage shows different.
She told the people that there was never no domestic. There was never no domestic.
They never even had an argument?
We had an argument about her using drugs, yes. Yeah, and I was ready to leave. I wanted to leave the relationship.
So you were trying to leave, let me understand this right. You were trying to leave the relationship and she got mad, so she filed a false police report against you to try to keep you?
That's what she said. That's what she stated. The police was called, the police report was made 24 hours after I had already left the residence. I left the residence. I contacted my parole officer, Jason Slumbrecht. I let him know what was going on. He told me to come see him. I went to go see him. He told me there was never no warrant for no domestic. But she called the police and made a police report 24 hours after I had already left the evidence.
There's nothing unusual about that. I want to tell you, I did watch the police body cam video of her making the report. So that's different, a little bit different than what the facts are here. Let's go on. Is she here wanting to testify?
Yes. Yes.
Let's hear from her now.
All right. She's on the phone.
So for some reason wouldn't let me, I guess I don't know how to do it earlier.
Can y'all hear?
The initial call was because he only came to my house just to get his stuff. So I take eggs. I might have one, and by the time I wake up, I did all 6 of them. So all I remember was I was next door using the phone. When I turned around, I seen him come out of the house, and I remember. I see that's when my memory got a little foggy. I know I seen him with his shoes and his bike, but I don't remember if his bike was in the house or not. All he did was get stuff. So I got mad and was like, "You need to give me my key back." But by law, by him living with me, he had a right to come in my house because the cop said you have to legally evict him. So technically, he didn't do nothing wrong. That was my initial reason for calling him, and then I blacked out. So he's not the only person that happened to. A couple of my friends even told me too, like, so when I take the pills, I start saying, like, I'm not gonna hide, you hit me, you did that, this, that, you stole from me, and I'd be like, what? I'd be like, you ain't never hit me before. He has never hit me before. Trust me, I've been in a domestic violence relationship. You could check my record. My ex-boyfriend that was a lot younger than me, that I was with in Charlotte, he did time for kidnapping. If a man hits you once, they're gonna keep on hitting you. You think I was trying to get him out of jail if he hit me? I don't remember. I done woke up before on some life support. I done woke up in jail. I done woke up laying on the ground. If I tell you the stories, it goes on and on. I don't know why I do them, but I haven't done them probably like over 2 months. When he got put back in jail, I got back on heroin. So I've been clean out for 2 months. I ain't been doing no pills or nothing like that. And I don't want to see him go to jail behind something that I lied about, and that I don't even remember. I was just blacked out. Trust me, I've been abused as a kid, and I've been in domestic violence relationship with my 2 baby dads, plus the dude like 8 years ago. I'm too old for that. I can't do it. I'm a grandma. I got kids. I can't do that. So you think I was trying to get him out of jail if he put his hands on me? No. He never put his hands on me. We might got little arguments, but we respect each other. When we say like be quiet, like that's it, we both live up, be quiet. This is probably the first relationship I've been in that I had a man respect me like that.
All right, so it sounds like you.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Barrow.
It sounds like you're telling me that you lied about the whole thing because you were out there on drugs. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, because I blacked out.
And are you also telling me that he didn't do anything at all to you, and you're not scared of him whatsoever?
No, definitely not, sir. I've been in domestic
Definitely not scared of him.
This dude attack me and stalk me and kidnap me from my job. Trust me, I don't deal with that. I'm sorry, I don't do it. I'm not stupid by far. Trust me, I've been through a lot.
So go ahead and tell me that you're not scared of him, and if we release him, that you would not try to come back on the parole board or the probation and parole or DOC or anybody else that might, if we decide to let him go?
I don't think rehearsed or threatened or none of that. No, definitely not. I'm not scared of him.
Positively,
I love him.
no fear of him whatsoever.
45. That's the only man that ever loved me like that. to where he would get mad when I did drugs and stuff like that, and he's still stuck by my side.
All right, that's all I needed from her.
Rob,
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lashney.
Yes, sir.
We also have a violation of number 6, that you failed to provide your officer with proof of employment. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty. Mr. Slumbreck knew I didn't have a job. He knew I was looking for employment. He knew I didn't have a job.
Well, then how can you be not guilty? It says you failed to provide your officer with proof of employment. You either provided him proof or you didn't.
No, me and him had a discussion. He asked me, did I have a job? And I told him, no, I was looking for work. And I stated the name of the company that I had filled the application out for. He let me, he known of that company and where it was. But they never hired me. My application never got accepted. I never got hired. Me and him had that discussion. He knew that.
All right, so you didn't have employment, but he knew about it.
Yes, sir.
All right, number 10 says that you owed supervision fees back in the amount of $756. How do you plead to that one?
That one, yes, sir, I did owe them money. I did, because I didn't have a job to pay them. So I did owe them money.
All right. I don't have any more questions. Does any of the panel have questions?
I don't have any. Would you like to vote? Would y'all like to vote now? You ready to vote? Let's start with the lead, Mr. Barra.
I was gonna let him go ahead and give us your final statement of
That's true.
Why you think we shouldn't revoke you today.
I mean, I really don't have an explanation besides that. I'm not guilty, and I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not trying to violate my parole. I'm trying to, do what I got to do in order to get off. Like, I don't give my parole officers no problem. Like, I'm not on drugs. I'm not in the streets. I'm not, I'm trying to live a normal life to do what I got to do to get off of parole.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Barra, what's your vote?
Mr. Lashley, I believe you are guilty of one thing, making bad decisions in girlfriends, but that's not a revocable offense. So I'm going to vote to reinstate your parole today.
Yes, sir.
With the special condition, that you have no contact whatsoever with Victoria Canales or anyone else who's using drugs.
Yes, sir.
And that you abide by a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew until your parole officer decides to take it off. That you have random drug screens and you report and pay monthly. So that's my vote today. That's just one.
Okay, can you repeat that? What you said about the time frame thing?
The 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
Until the parole, it'll be in place until you get employed. Let me make it simple. We'll keep that curfew in place until employed.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ms. Ledoux?
I concur with my colleague.
I concur with my colleague. So, as Mr. Barra stated, you've been reinstated. You are to have no contact with the victim or anyone using drugs. And you have a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. until you gain employment, and you will have random drug testing. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be given to your parole officer, so you'll have a copy of it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all have a blessed day.
Okay, this concludes our at 11:32.
Yeah.
was not speaking on, who was speaking on that?
Lawyer.
Yeah, punch your lawyer on it.
They're gonna ask you what you did. So you want a lawyer to write the continue? What did you check?
Yeah, I speak, I don't want to continue, like, said that.
Yeah, you check, you wanna speak on your own behalf.
These are just explain why.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
This is the Committee on Parole, and it's called to order on October 14th, 2025, and the time is 11:42. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be the chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are joining us by Zoom, Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Would you please introduce yourself and give your name and DOC number for the record, sir?
Malik Lewis, 756-467.
Okay. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you've signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. According to the questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Do you want to proceed without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The lead person that has been assigned to your case will review your violations, and you may answer guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. There's no one here in opposition for you or support for you today. So, Mr. Barra, would you proceed, please? Oh, mute. Mr. Barra, would you?
Got it.
Got it, okay.
It's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole, specifically number 4, that on January 30th of 2025, the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office arrested you and charged you with resisting it by force or violence, felon in possession of a firearm, illegal weapon, use of a firearm in the presence of controlled dangerous substance, possession with intent to distribute marijuana. The bill of information was filed on February 11, 2025 for the convicted felon with a weapon, use of a firearm with controlled dangerous substance marijuana, and resisting by force. Court hearing is scheduled for Friday, I believe. How do you plead to this one?
Not guilty.
You'll make a statement about that one?
Yes, sir. I never was around no weapon. I never had no weapon, possessed no weapon, no drugs or anything. I literally had just woke up out of my sleep and came outside from a text message to my baby mom. I literally was inside with my son.
My baby mama called me outside to come get the food. And in the midst of that happened, the police pulled up. Me not knowing whatever had took place before, I went outside, and that's how I ended up on these charges. I go to court on the 14th for these charges. I'm still waiting because I'm waiting on DNA. They started just pushing me back, so.
Did you run from the police?
Yes, sir.
And why'd you run?
Cause I'm just fresh out of sleep. I hear freeze, come here. I don't know what's going on. I spoke out, it's nighttime. You hear about all the bad stuff that happened that police do. I was scared.
So you always run from the police?
Sir?
Do you always run from the police?
Yes, I don't like police. I always do.
I got you. So the police officer says that you ran and that he saw you with a firearm, and then they recovered a firearm after they got you arrested. Did you fight with the cop?
No, sir.
You didn't fight with him? You didn't wrestle with him? You just—
No, sir. They said they
stopped running and
they said they have
video
stopped
footage.
Running and they said they have video footage of me throwing a weapon and me resisting. They still ain't showed us yet. I have a paid lawyer. My lawyer went through the case, went through my thing. It doesn't show me ever possessing no weapon, throwing no weapon, resisting arrest. When they had me on the ground, they put me in handcuffs. I had one hand behind my back, the other hand they never tried to grab. I'm telling them I can't breathe. It's three of them. They're choking me. They have their knees in my back and my windpipe. I'm telling them I cannot breathe. So once I seen that they was not trying to arrest me, that they was harassing me, messing, because they arrested me behind a church backyard, pitch black. That's when I forced myself over to my side to take a deep breath and scream for help. And in the body cam footage, it will prove that.
All right. I got a little information from the police report I want to run by you. It says, the two men began to walk away quickly when they saw the deputy approaching them. The two began fleeing on foot. At some point, Deputy Billot observed you, Mr. Lewis, raise a sweatshirt revealing a silver firearm and discarding it on the ground. And the men ran in different directions. Deputy Bloomer grabbed Lewis and they both fell on the ground. While attempting to apprehend Lewis, he began resisting. He struck Deputy Billot several times in the chest and hand. He also kicked Deputy Billot several times in the back. And then it says, during the search incidental to that arrest, deputies located a clear bag with 18.7 grams of marijuana and a scale in your front pocket. Tell me about the marijuana and the scale in your front pocket. Is that true or is that not true?
It's not true, sir. They never took anything off me. I literally didn't have anything on me. Nothing. They said they had body cam footage of all of this. They didn't show body cam footage of none of this yet.
Okay, I take that back. Strike that part. It was on Young. When they arrested Young, they found that. Okay. All right. Let's go on to number 5. Number 5 says, similar to number 4, that you will not possess your firearm or weapon. Go back to the same thing. They said they saw you with a weapon and they saw you drop the weapon and they picked up the weapon where you dropped it. You saying that never happened?
It never happened. And they said they have it on body cam footage, and we still haven't seen the body cam footage yet, sir.
Okay. Number 6 says that you're working a job approved by your parole officer, and if unemployed, you'll immediately report to your parole officer. Were you employed?
No, sir.
So how do you plead to that one?
Excuse me for a minute, I'm about to die. All right. I'm gonna move you over. All right, we're good.
We're talking about number 6, that you're working an approved job. And the question is, they said you never provided proof of employment or attempts to get any employment to your parole officer. How do you plead to that?
I didn't have no approved job. I was working on, my mom was gonna get me on at the plant. but at
You were
no
working
time-
where?
I said, I never had no job. My mom was working on getting me on at the plant. But in the midst of that, you know, this situation happened, and with that, I would have had to go through my PO of getting my parole switched to Texas because the plant was in Texas.
So you did not have a job while you were on probation?
No, sir.
And number 10, that you pay a supervision fee monthly and that you were behind $819 on that. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
That's all the questions I had. Does the panel have any other questions?
I don't have any. Ms. Ledoux?
I noticed that you did have a positive drug screen while you were on. Apparently someone passed away. Your grandmother gave you a Xanax?
A Xanax.
What is that?
No,
So did you have a positive drug screen while you were on supervision?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that about?
No, I said my grandma gave me it was supposed to be a sleeping, something for a headache, sleeping pill after my best friend passed, not my grandmother. I didn't know it was no Xanax, and then he never said it was Xanax, but he said it was in my system, whatever it was. Can admit to that.
Okay. Have you been doing drugs while you've been out?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, do you have any final statement before we vote?
No, ma'am.
The board's ready to vote? Okay,
Yes.
We'll start with Mr. Barra. He was lead, so he votes first.
All right. Today I have to vote to revoke your supervision based on the police report where they say they saw you with a gun and picked up a gun where they saw it.
So number 4?
Yeah, number 4.
My vote is to revoke as well for preponderance of evidence of violation of his parole.
And my vote is to revoke also, and I concur with my colleagues. So today your parole has been revoked. The time is 11:53.
Good.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is October the 14th, 2025. The time is 12:01. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'll be serving as the chairman today. My colleagues are on today's panel. They are joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. Ms. Parker, will you introduce your name, your full name, and your DOC number, please, for the record?
Full name, LAKEISHA Marie Parker. DOC number 740-818.
Thank you very much. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you would have signed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. According to your answers on the questionnaire, you are not eligible for appointed counsel. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you want to proceed anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have anyone here in favor or in opposition against you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm the lead person today on your case, and I'll review your violations and I'll get a statement from you, guilty, not guilty, or with a statement on either one, okay?
Okay.
All right. Rule violation number 4. You were arrested on 8/16/2024 by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with battery of a dating partner and simple battery. Under docket Jefferson number 25-3595, the charges are still pending. But a Louisiana Uniform Abuse Prevention Order was filed and it is currently active, listing Brittany Netterfield as the protected person and LAKEISHA Parker as the defendant. The order is active until the final disposition, including refusal, dismissal, acquittal, or sentencing. Charges are battery of a dating partner, was refused on 9/15/2025. But how do you plead on this, ma'am?
I plead not guilty to that one.
Okay, and you have a statement?
Oh, no, ma'am, because the charges had been refused, so I don't have no statement on that one.
Okay. All right. And then number 10, rule violation. As of 8/21/2025, you are in arrears of $313 in supervision fees. How do you plead?
I plead guilty.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get to what the police report says happened, okay?
Okay.
It says that you were woke up suddenly, according to you, by your dating partner. And that when you were woke up, she was your girlfriend of 2 months, and you were aggravated and you grabbed the victim, punching her onto the bed. As the victim attempted to escape your grasp, you bit the victim on the stomach, leaving marks on her skin. The victim also sustained a minor laceration to her lip by unknown means. After being let up, Parker grabbed a cup of juice and threw it on the victim just before punching her on the right side of the face. The punch caused minor swelling around the victim's cheek and eye. The victim then left the residence and attempted to get a ride from Parker's mother. Parker followed the victim outside, where she spit on the victim and pushed her. It should be noted that while Parker was speaking to an officer about the incident, she advised that after being woke up like that, she did hit the victim. So you did plead guilty to that, and that was, an affidavit by a Kenner police officer.
Yes.
So what's your statement on that?
I talked to my parole officer about it. He said them charges was refused, so I don't, in JPCC system, I only have a parole hold. and I don't have no charges that's against me at the moment. So I don't understand why I'm still sitting here if I don't have no charges that's against me. I only have a parole hold. That's all. That's it. So
Well, we have the affidavit by the police
okay,
officer, and
okay,
that's where the charges come in. She,
okay,
no doubt she recanted, and that's not unusual. It says, this caused swelling to Miss Netterville's cheek and eye by the law enforcement officer. Miss
Right.
Netterville ran outside and you followed her to spit in her face. So it has there that the officer observed swelling on her face, whether or not and she did get a protective order.
right,
And so she didn't get a protective order by not saying that you hurt her.
right.
So you still plead not guilty?
Yes.
Okay, and you have a very high risk assessment. That's another thing that's concerning. That's very unusual for somebody to have a high risk assessment. I was just wondering about that. Have your crimes that you've committed been violent?
Can you say that again? Can you repeat that now?
Yeah, they do a risk assessment on people.
Excuse me, what is a risk assessment?
They just go by the different crimes and find out. Let me make sure I got it right. Yes, I do. I just wanted to double check. No, sorry, wrong person. Please forgive me.
Okay.
So we got a not guilty plea by you on these charges and on the violation on probation, not a probation, I'm sorry, a protective order that's been filed. So, and the supervision fees, that's the one you said guilty and you spoke to your probation officer on.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. I just had the police report and what the police officer said. So does anyone else have any questions?
No questions.
Ms. Ledoux?
I was just reading that, let's see, you were detained August. There was a complaint against you at a Circle K. And that's when they found that you had the warrant.
Yes.
Because you were causing a disturbance at the business.
Yes. That's when I first got arrested.
Yeah.
That day.
Yeah. So the alleged abuse happened in April, but then you were at the store causing problems.
Can I make a statement on that?
Yeah.
Okay. The day when the incident happened, Kenner police came, got me. That was in August, April. April, Kenner police came and got me. All right, they arrested me. They took me in and they sent me to a mental hospital because I was banging my head. They sent me home from the mental hospital. So, mind you, my parole officer, he didn't assure me that I had a warrant out for my arrest. He was supposed to notice me that I had a warrant out for my arrest. He never came to me and told me that I had a warrant out for my arrest. So when I went to the Circle K in August, that's when I finally noticed that I had a warrant out for my arrest. Like, all of this could have been, noticed to me by when I got out the mental hospital. My parole officer could have came to me and told me, turn yourself in. You got a warrant out for your arrest. None of that happened. You feel what I'm saying? So it made it better on me to be out there doing what I was doing, and then did what I did at Circle K, and then got arrested at Circle K, and it transpired to that.
Okay, so Ms. Parker,
Huh?
How long were you in the mental hospital?
I was in the mental hospital for about, I say 5 days.
5 days.
Like 5 to 6 days, yes, ma'am.
And do you have a mental health diagnosis?
Yes, I do. I have depression, I have anxiety, and that's it. That's about it.
Okay. So when you filled out your thing, you said you had not been treated for mental health disorder. So
No, I haven't been treated, but in the past, I have been treated, but not within the last 5 years.
so while you were
Within the last 5 years on my paper, I have the copy too.
so
as
when you
well.
were incarcerated, you were not receiving mental health medication or anything?
Yes, I was. I was taking Trileptal and Boost Bar. That's for my depression and for my anxiety.
Okay. Did you go home on those medications?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Any other questions? No? Well, I'm the lead today. So Ms. Parker, based upon the police reports, and the order of protection, my vote today is going to, be to revoke you. But I'm hoping I can put on there that you be sent to a facility where you can get the mental help that you need.
Okay.
Any symptoms or anything like that. So when you come out, maybe some of the things that happen won't happen again if you get that help.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna put.
Okay.
Ms. Ledoux, Mr. Barra.
I'm gonna concur with Ms. Stapleton for the same reasons, with the same recommendation.
Yes, my vote is to revoke and have her evaluated at a Lane Hunt or an appropriate DOC facility for mental health concerns.
Okay. All right, so you understand, Ms. Parker, what we're doing and why we're doing it, okay?
No, I do not understand.
Don't understand? Well, we're revoking you today, and it's to send you to a facility where you can be get mental help if you need it, okay?
Okay, but how
So
are y'all going to revoke me? And my charges have been dropped, man. My charges have been refused.
hey, we're going to sign off now at 12:14.
You left.
Hello.
Okay, the Committee on Parole is called to order today. The date is October 14th, 2025. The time is 12:21. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm the chairman of today's panel. My colleagues on the panel are, and they will be joining us by Zoom, Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barrow. This panel is at headquarters DOC in Baton Rouge. Today's remote location is David Way Correctional Center. Would the staff there please introduce themselves?
Good morning, or I guess it's good afternoon, Ms. Stapleton.
Yeah.
This is Warden Dozat, Michelle Dozat.
Lieutenant
Colonel Elizabeth Savage. Hannah
Okay.
Ross.
All right.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ruben, will you please introduce yourself for the record, including your DOC number, please?
My name is Ezekiel Ruben, DOC number 735377.
Okay. All right, now I'm fixing to read into the record some information about you. At the end, I'll ask you if everything is correct. All right, your name is Ezekiel Ruben. Your DOC number is 735377. You're a first-class offender. The charge against you is indecent behavior with a juvenile under the age of 13. Your sentencing date was January the 23rd, 2019. You were sentenced to 12 years at hard labor. Your parole eligibility date is August 3rd, 2022. You're not eligible for good time. Your full term date is August the 5th, 2030. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have in support of you, Miss Angela Bass, your daughter, who would like to speak.
Yes.
Oh, wait, before I say that, Warden, do you have anything you'd like to say about the Mr. Ruben?
Yes, ma'am. He did complete reentry at the end of September. And he does have in his residence plan, he plans to draw his retirement from the saltwater disposal company and Social Security. That's his plan, and to live with his sister. In speaking with Mr. Ruben, my concern is that he did not begin any treatment, sex offender treatment, which is the only treatment that he's entered into, and that didn't start until May. Each phase is about 3 months, and there's 4 phases in total. He hasn't quite yet been able to test out of the first phase. I do know that there's some cognitive issues, I think, with his memory, I think secondary just to his age. But he is currently enrolled, but that would be my concern, is that he would probably benefit from some completing that program in its entirety. But he's not a behavioral problem. He does not have any rule violations since he's been housed here, and he's been here since 2024. So.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, very much. Okay, Mr. Ruben, before we continue, will you tell us why, in your words, you were incarcerated and why we should release you early?
Well, it began, my sister, she was keeping children at the house, at my mom's house. And at the end of the day, I would always go by there, and I've been doing that for years and years. And like my sister would go early sometimes, her and her friends would go to the boat or whatever on a Friday, and she would call and say she gonna be late. She come a couple hours late, and that's why I was, had to deal with the children till they got there. What is hospital?
Why are you there? What got you
Why are you
arrested?
incarcerated?
They said that I was touching the liquor or something, but had all the stuff coming back negative, and she was trying to get me to go on that Steve talk show, show where you get paid for telling your story and stuff, and I I prefer to do it here in Louisiana. And
Okay,
I
so
would,
why do you believe that we should release you early, especially we hear the concerns of the warden that you haven't finished sex offender classes?
actually, and the young kids, they always jumping on you and stuff, and that one she does that regularly with other peoples and stuff that will come into the house. And keep it together.
She said, why do you think you should be given parole?
That I got a large family and I've been away from them for a long time. I've got grandbabies I've never seen yet, and I just want to go home and relax and enjoy my family.
Okay. All right. All right, so at this time, we'll hear from your daughter and see what she would like to say. Miss Angela Bass?
Yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today?
Fine.
I would speaking on my dad's behalf, I'm requesting parole based off his medical necessity. I know that his health has been declining in the last few years, and some of it is becoming really serious. As you can see, like his mind ain't all the way there. He's forgetting a lot of stuff. He's well advanced in age right now, and he's battling conditions, especially, I believe, congestive heart failure. I know, as I speak to him from time to time, like he's battling, I think, edema in the leg, I believe in his lower limbs, and he's trying to get it treated. And, I don't know if they figured that out quite yet, but it seemed like, he's not getting the right medical attention. I feel like if he's out and released on parole, that we as his family can help him get the right medical treatment to, turn things around for him health wise and get him back, well, health wise and memory wise, because he is losing his memory. When I talk to him on the phone, sometimes he's lost in thought, like he don't remember what he just said last, or he not understanding what you're asking him. So I just want to ask for, parole for medical reason, like a medical necessity. I know you have done more than half his time at least. And I know he's working to take the classes. I know the classes might be a little hard for him to understand, but I don't know if y'all offer these classes outside of prison, but if y'all do, it's something that we as a family can make sure that he get to, that he, take and finish and complete as the warden has stated. So I'm just asking for y'all to take all that in consideration, and we're making a decision, for us. I mean, he's just not an inmate for us. He's our father, brother, uncle, friend, and much more. We don't want to just see him continue to decline, and that's the last thing we see of him or know of him is being in prison. Even if y'all have to just do what is it called when y'all put the bands on their legs where you can see where they go, house arrest. Even if y'all just put them on house arrest, we just want to try to work on getting him healthy, mind, soul, body, and spirit, because he's just going down right now. And it's, our family is just hurting just to see him just declining that way.
Ms.
And
Bass, for speaking for him today. I know he appreciates it.
Ma'am?
I said, thank you for speaking for your father today. I know he appreciates it.
Oh, yes, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, and then in opposition, we have Danielle Madison.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak now?
Yes. So, I wrote a letter. First and foremost, I would like to say on the last hearing that, Mr. Ruben had, it was discovered that DNA was, taken. There was DNA present. It's a match, so he cannot dispute the charges at all. I'm expressing my concerns. Given the nature of his offense, I strongly urge you to consider the importance of keeping him in custody rather than releasing him back into society to victimize even more innocent children. With an apology comes change, and I haven't received neither one. Last court date, it was brought to my attention that Mr. Ruben hasn't enrolled in any sex offender courses. This was the last proceeding. I feel like the safety and well-being of our children and the community should be our utmost priority. Releasing these type of people with such a troubled past and history of molestation may pose a significant risk to vulnerable populations. It's imperative that appropriate measures be taken to ensure that this individual remains incarcerated until it's deemed safe for him to reenter society. I appreciate your attention to this serious matter, and I trust that you will take all necessary steps to protect our children from potential harm.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Madison, for speaking with us today. Okay, at this time, your case has been assigned to Mr. Barra. He's gonna conduct the interview.
Mr. Ruben, going back to the last time you appeared before the board on March 9th, 2023, they denied you parole and cited the nature of the offense, can't change that, age of the victim, can't change that, impact on the victim, couldn't change that. All law enforcement was strongly opposed. They still are all strongly opposed. Victim's family was opposed, still opposed. But the last two things you could have changed, and that is no sex offender classes and denial of the charge. It appears that you just started the sex offender classes and you're still denying the charge. So really nothing has changed since the last time you were here. Can you tell me why, after they told you that in 2023, why didn't you start classes immediately?
They didn't offer classes where I was. I didn't get a chance to get to a class till I got here.
Do you admit or deny the charge today? Did you do it? You said earlier they said I did, but they didn't say you did. Did you do it?
No, I didn't do anything, but the kids always jump on you, so you got to protect yourself and the kids. And then I've had a special operation, which my testicles were put inside my thighs. That way, can't nobody jump in my lap or sit on my lap. I had to grab them and push them off of me or whatever.
All right. Also, see, you didn't do the 100 hours pre-release either. Warden, is that correct?
No, sir, he finished it on September the 30th. He's completed the
finished it?
reentry. And I would like to offer that we can, just due to his declining cognitive state, we can put him with a one-on-one tutor in his class that he's currently in, if he's here, and maybe get kind of a little bit more progression in that treatment program.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's the only questions I had for you. Anybody else?
Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions? I noticed the same thing that Mr. Barra, and you just now did the same thing. You tend to be blaming the child. Don't tend, you are. You said that she jumps up on your lap and stuff. That wouldn't lead to what happened to that child. And it wouldn't lead to a misunderstanding, and it wouldn't lead to DNA. Children do jump on people and hug them and love them and stuff like that. And it shouldn't lead to harm in any way whatsoever. That's a loving gesture on their part. But you bring that as though the child did something to you, and you're completely innocent of everything. So you have not accepted any responsibility as to why you're there right now, which might be why you're not as interested in the sex offender class earlier than you could have been, say, 6 years ago or something like that.
The facilities I was at that offer.
They didn't offer it? Okay, I heard you say that. That's really unfortunate. All right, so, I noticed too, you have a strong victim opposition, which we heard from the mother, and then law enforcement opposition, DA, judge, all of them are strongly opposed. So I don't have any more to say. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Barra?
Today, I have no choice but to deny parole based on the fact that you're still not admitting you did anything wrong and that you haven't completed the sex offender classes that were ordered.
Okay.
My vote is to deny parole based on incomplete programming.
Okay. And my vote is to concur with both of my colleagues. And of course, I'll just add the strong law enforcement opposition and victim opposition. So that concludes our hearing with you right now, Mr. Ruben, and we sign off at 12:39. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is called to order. The date is October 14th, 2025. The time is 12:49. My name is Carolyn Stapleton. I'm the chairman of today's panel. My colleagues on Zoom are Ms. Jerry Ledoux and Mr. Danny Barra. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and then our remote location is Shreveport. Wait a minute, is it David Wade? I'm sorry, David Wade. Okay, I'm going to read some. Mr. Thomas, will you please introduce yourself with your DOC number, please?
33-1978. LEOTIS Thomas.
Huh?
LEOTIS Thomas.
Yeah, you said your name, LEOTIS Thomas. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, I'm going to read some information and then you're going to confirm it at the end, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're LEOTIS Thomas. You're
Yes.
you're a fourth class offender, and your first degree robbery is your offense. You were sentenced to 42 years hard labor. You have a parole date of February the 2nd, 26. You have a good time date of 2/7/47, and then you have a full term date of 2/2/2048. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Will you please tell us today why you are incarcerated and why you feel you should be released early?
Yeah, I'm incarcerated for first degree robbery. I assaulted Mr. Dean back in February the 2nd, 2006, which I admit my guilt to. And the reason I want to be paroled, because I feel like 20 years later, I done realized that I was wrong, and I admit my guilt, and I'm ready to do better in life.
Okay, so what was the armed robbery about? What were you stealing from him? And
I was under the influence of alcohol and crack cocaine, and at the prior time, Mr. Dean was in the vicinity where I was at that time in order to try to get some more crack cocaine and alcohol. I assaulted Mr. Dean.
okay, we'll go into that a little bit more later. Warden, will you introduce yourself and give us anything you'd like for us to know today?
Yes. Michelle Gozot, Warden of David Wade Correctional Center. LEOTIS has been here since 2010. He has not had a write-up since 2017, so he has a really good record here. He's completed several programming classes. He's still currently involved in AANA. He completed anger management, victim awareness, substance abuse, parenting, and received a culinary arts degree, and has also completed reentry. And he is currently on some waiting lists for some additional treatment program. We've been in our classification department's been in contact with representatives from the Parole Project, and I believe that he spoke with them earlier in the week and working to secure placement and all employment and different things through that avenue. He has a good work evaluation from the colonel. He works on our crew 1 right now. But as far as any, there's no concerns, no behavioral issues or anything as far as Mr. Thomas is concerned.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
May I ask, what is his physical capability? Does he have any limitations, physical limitations?
Right now, he doesn't have any limitations in regards to any restrictions for work. However, he does have some medical issues, some appointments that are pending to do a further evaluation into some urinary tract issues.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. At this time, we have, the Parole Project in support. Would you like to speak, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing to confirm to the board that our organization has accepted LEOTIS Thomas as a client for our residential reentry program. Shall he be granted parole? Obviously, he's not parole eligible until February of next year, so he still has some time to serve before he could potentially be released. But we would be willing to take him into our reentry program at that time. Obviously, we are aware of the same issues that you are, from his criminal history to his institutional programming. We are very impressed with his rehabilitation record during this incarceration. Over the last couple decades, he's been involved in a lot of programming, and especially over the last 8 years, he's had an excellent disciplinary record. So we have no doubt that he could fit into a structured program. I think what we offer, in addition to the case management support with our peer mentors who will be guiding him during his reentry, after our staff social workers who will work to ensure that he has a sobriety plan in place that will allow him to be successful. I think he, has obviously taken advantage of AANA 12-step program and other programs offered at David Wade that have contributed to his ability to remain sober even during incarceration. But we know to ensure that he's successful after release, that we're going to have a committed plan, and our staff social workers will be in place to help him with that plan. We're recommending to the board, based on his individual circumstances, that he commit to stay with our program for a minimum of 9 months. We're not pulling this number out of thin air, but because we're asking that he sort of relocate himself from, obviously it's from Caddo Parish. We're asking to bring him into a new environment. We'd want him to be with us for several months because he's starting from scratch in a sense. And we'd want to ensure that he's employed, that his sobriety plan's in place before he moves on to the next step. The last thing I'd like to offer is, he's 61 years old. Medical issues that the board may be aware of and the board may have referenced. We think this is a sweet spot because in 4 or 5 years, he probably is not employable. We believe that we can help him, connect him to employment today as a 61-year-old, work over the next several months, of his release to help him learn to save and build towards his long-term trajectory. And at the age of 62, he would become eligible for some housing. Once he eventually graduated from our program, we would be able to work with him towards getting his own long-term housing. But we're confident in his ability to be successful long-term based on what he's demonstrated over the last several years of his incarceration. And we potentially look forward to serving Mr. Thomas if he's given an opportunity by this honorable board. I stand by in case there are any questions by the board related to his reentry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huntley. Okay. Your case has been assigned to me, Carolyn Stapleton, and I'll conduct the interview and I'll cast the first vote. Mr. Thomas, I was listening to the warden, and you've done a lot. You really have tried to do well while you're in jail this time. But when I was looking over your history, you had a history of 24 prior arrests. And the DA was very concerned over that as a habitual offender. And it was car thefts and different things like that. Anything you'd like to say about that?
Yes, madam, even though that was in the past, I am a changed person. You wouldn't even have to worry about that happening again. That was when I was coming young and wild and crazy. But I learned my lesson from being down almost 20 years. That's not me no more. I'm a changed person.
And I heard the warden say that you're attending AA and NA, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I said my 12 steps about 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. So I'm assuming that's something you feel like you need to keep up with?
A long-term situation, not a short-term.
Yeah. What was your main problem? Was it alcohol, drugs, or a particular drug?
Both, ma'am. Both, ma'am. That's the reason I know I don't want it anymore. I hadn't had it in 20 years.
Okay. Well, you have law enforcement opposition. The DA is very opposed. They wrote a little paragraph here about the situation, and evidence at the trial revealed that Thomas hit the victim in the back of the head with what felt like a pipe. He threatened to shoot the victim, claiming that he would never see his family again if the victim resisted further. At the time of his offense, Thomas had accumulated some 24 arrests and 5 convictions. This type of serious habitual criminal conduct shows a complete lack of rehabilitation or interest in leading a meaningful and law-abiding life. He poses a continued danger to community if released, and we oppose. Before this, you've done 20 years. What was the longest time you've ever been in jail before this 20-year period for a stretch?
Like 3 to 5.
Okay.
But that's the reason I said I learned my lesson, miss. I've been down almost 20 years. I'm 61 years old, and I'd like to live the rest of my life like the guy said that he would accept me at Louisiana Parole Project. I would be in Baton Rouge, nowhere near Shreveport.
I've got a short that it was okay to share from the victim, okay? Miss Dean confirmed that Jason, who was the victim, passed away in 2017 and stated, Jason had a massive stroke and became paralyzed and died. My heart is still broken. His daddy died 31 days after Jason died. Jason was a good Christian man, and if this man who robbed him has changed his ways and has learned from his mistakes, Jason would forgive him and would want him to have a second chance. It is very telling that this hearing is scheduled on Jason's birthday. He will be looking down from heaven and would want this man to have an opportunity to live a good life if the board sees fit. Ms. Dean does not want to participate in the hearing, but is aware that the hearing is broadcast and recorded. Ms. Dean does not mind that her statement is shared with the public.
Sure. Thank you for looking down on me.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to pass this along to Mr. Barra. Do you have any questions, sir?
Ma'am? Oh,
Mr. Barra, do you have any questions for the offender?
Yeah, I have an addition regarding the victims. We also received a letter or email from Miss Leslie Goins, who was the victim's wife at the time. And she says that if the guy's doing well in prison, she would leave it up to the board, meaning she's not opposed and let us decide. So I just wanted to add that to it and just tell you, I think you've done a pretty good job in prison.
Thank you, Mr.
That's all.
Ms. Ledoux, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Mr. Thomas, I want to hear what you have learned regarding your substance abuse. Tell me what you've learned about how to stay sober and clean.
To the drug itself, meaning alcohol, crack cocaine, or any type of drug. You are a threat if you take one drink. You're a threat if you take 20. So I don't want to take it now. Don't want to smoke any more crack. I want to live a productive life.
How do you feel about relocating to Baton Rouge where you don't know anyone?
That's the best thing I could ever do, to have a good start, a fresh start.
Okay. So 42-year sentence, you got hit with the habitual, and that's what drove your sentencing up so high. I don't have any other questions. I mean, I'm ready to vote whenever it's appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, I'm ready to vote also. And your case is mine, so I'll vote first. I'm impressed with the fact that the 20 years seemed to be what you needed, the long stretch, and that you've done something with it. You've attended all these classes. From everything I can hear, you seem sincere. Have you? Is it 23 years you've served or 20?
20, ma'am.
20. Okay, so you served 20, just about half of your sentence. Law enforcement is opposed, the AG, the DA, they're very opposed, but your victims, they talk about mercy if you've done right while you've been in jail. So today, based upon the fact that I think you have a very prestigious place to go, the Parole Project, and I agree with him, you need to stay a minimum of 9 months longer, Mr. Hunley, if you see fit, because we sure don't want you to walk away early and fall back into old patterns. So my vote today would be to release you when you're parole eligible to the Parole Project and abide by, their standards that they have in any classes or anything else that they would see that you need to complete. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to grant parole to the Parole Project for 9 months at least, based on no victim opposition, good programming, good behavior.
Thank you.
Mr. Barra? Mute. Oh, he's coming.
My first time Zooming with y'all, I gotta get used to it. Sorry about that. I vote to grant to the Parole Project for 9 months, the same reasons that y'all have already stated.
Okay, so Mr. Thomas, your parole has been granted at the point that you're parole eligible, and then you're to go to the Parole Project. And that's a unanimous vote by all of us.
Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, and we're signing off today from David Way, and the time is 1:08.
Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.